What's up, everybody? Jeremy Mason here. You're watching The Sweat. I need an audio. I need a sound check, guys. I need a sound check. Need a sound check out there, guys. Let me know how the audio is. This is Jeremy Mason. You're watching The Sweat. I'm just jumping here for a second, guys. Played my first round match already. And got a little break in the action here. Thank you, Travis. Let me know. I'll take any feedback you got. Like I said, we're playing around with some new toys here the last couple weekends. So if it sounds bad any kind of way, let me know. Talk to me, guys. I have a audio mixer here. I can play around with it quite a bit. Just let me know. You're probably going to have some background noise. The music is blaring and the speaker is basically right next to where I'm sitting here. So you're watching Rick Veller. All right, guys. So you're watching Rick Veller versus Andrew Worster. I missed the first couple racks here, but looks like Rick was able to just close the gap here to 3-2. Andrew's been playing pretty good. He actually won a tournament here a couple weeks ago, the last one he was at, first place. Rick Veller, we haven't seen in a while. He was at the 313 little tournament a couple weeks ago, but that's the first time I've seen him in months, so not sure how he's hitting him. He looks like he's in good form here, right in line. Stuns that cue ball up with some spin off the rail, back out to the center of the table, looking real good here. Just has to deal with the 6 ball here, but the 6-8 combination is not sitting terribly. Travis, I appreciate that. Travis says clear, no static or distortion, hardly any background noise. Beautiful. I love it, guys. Awesome. So, want to make it sound good for you, but once again, implementing some new technology here the last couple of weekends, trying to work around with it. So, Rick Veller kind of rattles that ball in there, and he's going to be elevated over the 8 on this next one. But now he's got the angle where he can draw straight back to the short side for the 6. Yeah, he kind of jerked his arm a little bit. That was not an easy shot. And this is going to roll right back out into space for Andrew. And Andrew has 2 options here. He can kind of draw back for the combination, or he can go forward off the rail with some high right and try to get down for the 6 in the corner or the side where he's shooting right from right now. He does go that route. Looks like he's going to be almost perfect to shoot this ball up in the corner. That's a great shot. And I think a stop shot, you might want to roll this forward a little bit, but I wouldn't really play around with it too much. Let's see what angle he has here. Yeah, that's controlled nicely. He knew he could cheat it off the rail there a little bit. And in real good shape to get onto the hill right here. And he will do that. I think Rick concedes that. Andrew climbs to the hill, leading 4-2 over Rick Veller. Here, first round action at Delmarva Billiards and Sports Bar. Friday night tournament. Guys, if you're out there and you don't know already, we have a tournament here at Delmarva Billiards and Sports Bar on Sunday. Doors open at 10 a.m., Calcutta at 11. I still have spots available for that tournament, so if you would like to play in that tournament, hit me up, sign up. It's going to be a good one. So Andrew at the table racking. This is alternate break. He will be breaking here, leading 4-2 over Rick Veller, trying to close out this match. Let's take a look at his break here. A lot of kind of dipping action in his stroke on the break, but hits him square, hits him solid. The cue ball controlled nicely. Nice spread. The one does not pass the 9, but you're probably going to see him try to cut this one ball to his left and cut the 9 ball to his right into the corner and see how he does. Not an easy combo, but it's close together, and his cue ball is close to the 1, so I think this will definitely scare the pocket here, guys. This is he's got a good chance to make this, I believe. Oh yeah, right down the heart. That's a 5-2 win for Andrew Worcester over Rick Veller, guys. Don't go anywhere. More action coming your way. Not quite sure who we got coming up next. It'll depend on which one of these matches ends. So Andrew Worcester advances to the second round. Rick over to the one-loss side. Only 14 players tonight. A little bit of a down week, but you know, this time of year, about every other week, we have great turnouts and so, anyways, let me take a quick look at the bracket. We got Andrew waiting on the winner of Tim Sample, Bill Adams, Jerry Linton with a first round bye, waiting on the winner of Dave Ropes, Russ Huffman. Mike Passwaters awaits the winner of Steve Mirando and Ross Phillips, and of course myself waiting on the winner of Judy Mirando, Austin Seaman. So, I would say good chance you will see Jerry Linton next versus the winner of Dave Ropes and Russ Huffman, depending on how long that match takes. So, don't go anywhere, guys. I'm going to throw the sponsors up on the screen real quick. And, of course, big shout-out to them. BZB Home Improvement and Custom Carpentry down here in southern Delaware. Dustin Bunning, hit him up. Does good work. Dependable Electrical, that is owned by Charles Hudson, servicing Wycomico and Worcester counties in Maryland and Sussex County in Delaware for all your electrical service and repair needs. Lakeside Physical Therapy, owner Pompey Pamplona, multiple locations across southern Delaware. Great physical therapy option there. And, of course, Ariel, your highest self. Ariel.com/FamilyManCBD for all your CBD oil supply needs. Hit up Gary Cottingham at the URL there. Thanks to our sponsors, guys. We'll be right back with another match here in a couple minutes. This is Jeremy Mason, and you're watching The Sweat.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Sweat. This is your host, Jeremy Mason. B-side action coming your way. Steve Miranda versus Andrew Worster. Race to 4 on the B-side tonight. Andrew fresh off a loss, 5-4 to Tim Sample. Tim hanging around winner's side, still waiting on the winner of Jerry Linton and Russ Huffman over on the next table. And your other Final Four winner's side matches, Mike Passwaters versus myself, Jeremy Mason. So more great action coming your way. One of those matches will probably be up on the TV table after this one. Going to be a good one. Only 14 players tonight. All right, the player's done the lag. Looks like Andrew set the break here on the first rack. Smaller field tonight, only 14 players. Looking forward to the big open tournament this Sunday here at Delmarva Billiards and Sports Bar. Guys, we still have spots open for that tournament. Guys, let me know if you would like to jump in. That's an open tournament, $50 entry, Calcutta. Doors open at 10 a.m., Calcutta at 11 a.m. here at Delmarva Billiards and Sports Bar. Coming out, guys. It's going to be an awesome time. And, of course, we'll have the full stream set up. Multiple camera angles, commentary, hopefully all day between myself and a couple other people. I think Eric's going to be here. Steve Miranda is going to be here. So, guys, definitely come out. If you're looking for something to do on Sunday, come hang out, play some pool. Check out Delmarva Billiards and Sports Bar. Awesome place. As you can see, brand new cloth on all 8 tables here. Awesome venue. They're currently working hard to get the kitchen open. Never have had food here in this establishment. Their kitchen is under construction right now. That's hopefully coming possibly the end of this month. So, all right, you guys can see at the table here, Andrew Worster right in line running out. Wants to come across the line here, I believe. And he barely does. Now he'll probably play like a stop shot and take the longer cut on the... Just reported Rick Veller, a 4-2 winner over Bill Adams. And Rick will be right back up. Taking on Ross Phillips. Andrew got the 7 down. Had to take a long cut on the 8. Position should be pretty natural. Oh, how'd he hit it? Make it a little bit steep on this 9. It'll be a little bit of a tough reach. I don't know if he can reach out across the table here and shoot this, or if he's going to stand at the foot rail. I would have preferred to see him go over and across on that with that 8 ball, not try to hold it. But he has a good look here. Nice out from Andrew. Takes a 1-0 lead here on Steve Miranda. All right, Steve's got the balls the way he likes them. Set the break here, trailing 1-0 in this race to 4. Looks like that's tracking right for the corner pocket. Cue ball got kicked right back at the corner. 1 ball does fall. Ball in hand for Andrew. All right, guys, ball in hand here for Andrew. You probably see him play just about straight in on the 2 ball down to the lower right-hand corner past the 3. And he calls the 9. I don't think you should play the 9 here. Jacked up over the 6. I don't like this shot. This is a bad decision, especially for somebody playing as good as Andrew is right now. He played it 2 ways. And I guess the 5 kind of doesn't have a pocket, or at least it's tough to get on the 5. It goes to the lower left-hand corner once the 4 is gone from about where the 7 is, or about where the cue ball is now. Yeah, I'd like to see Andrew try to run those out. I'm not a big fan of him playing that combo, but Steve is going to be on 2 fouls. And ball in hand for Andrew. But see, now the position from the 2 to the 3 is harder than it was. But he is going to take a look at this 3 foul. I don't know. He's looking at the 2-9 again. Probably once again, I'm going to play it two ways and roll this cue ball up onto the 8. I don't know if he knows that Steve is on 2 or not. I got to watch how loudly I say that. I'm pretty far away from the table. And he was able to make the 2-9. That's a nice shot from Andrew. I don't love the decision. I'd like to see a straight safety there and go for the 3 foul once you already have a 1-2, but gets it down. Nice shot. And Andrew shoots as straight as anybody will find anywhere. Very, very talented player. And, man, when he's right, he can shoot really well with it. He can shoot with anybody. He won this tournament a couple weeks ago. Beat Eric Bropes, beat myself, beat Pompey. Played a perfect set in the final. Beat me 6-0 or 6-1 in about 5 minutes. So definitely a straight shooter. Leading 2-0 here and breaking. Cue ball straight in for Andrew this time. So Steve going to have to take a little gut check here. This is going to be the first real look he's had at the table in this set, already trailing 2-0. And not a simple out here. He's got the key shot will be from, I'm sorry, I was going to say the 3 to the 4, but that is the 8 ball up by the 5. So, no, that's the 7. I'm sorry. I'm having a little bit of a hard time seeing these colors right now for some reason. That's the 5 and the 7 next to each other, and then the 8 about a foot over towards the center of the headrail, guys. So 1, 2, 3, 4 out in space here. The 5 goes and leads to the 7. The only thing is, where the position of the 8, he's probably going to have to take a little bit of a steeper cut on the 5, and probably will be running into the 7 when he shoots the 5. So, going to have to control the cue ball and the 7 on that shot. But first, he needs to get through these balls, and he does not have an ideal look at this 3. Cue ball is going to be traveling into the area where the 5 and the 7 are. I was able to draw it out, but put such a good stroke on it, and to do so, he kind of had to put a lot on it. That cue ball is going to go all the way in. That's crazy. I cannot believe that got there. I really didn't think that cue ball was going to get to the pocket there, but scratch, ball in hand for Andrew. And now what we were just talking about with Steve is going to be Andrew's issue. You don't want to get too crazy here and get up stuck behind the 8. So going to take a little bit of a longer cut. About the angle that the cue ball's at now, I would say. Maybe a little bit flatter than that. Now he was able to get really good. He'll have some nice control from here. And he hit it too good. Drew right behind the 8, so. Guys, just to let everybody know, I know sometimes I get comments about no audio. Just for anybody that doesn't know, I'm also playing in this tournament, so when I'm out there playing, there will be no audio, and I will jump in here and do commentary every chance I get. This is just our little Friday night tournament. Sunday, hopefully we'll have somebody doing commentary most of the way. I hope that's what I hope to see anyways. Andrew attempts the jump shot, has a brand new jump cue, so he's going to have a quick trigger with that. He wants to play with his new toy. But ball in hand here for Steve. And needs to make sure he gets an angle on the 8 to go down. He's got the 2 rail angle now. I almost like to see the back cut on the 8 here to go 1 rail straight across for the 9. Now he's got himself on the rail. This is a little bit tougher. And he's going to take a little bit of a longer shot on the 9. Once again, kind of right on the rail. But this is a shot he's supposed to make. But I just kind of think like stop shot on the 7 from straight in would have gave him a good angle on the 8 to just go forward one rail. Don't have to move the cue ball around so much. And you could see it looked like he moved around a little bit on that shot. It's going to be a pretty decent leave. Andrew's going to have a little bit tougher version of kind of the same shot that Steve just had, off the rail, long cut on the 9. But Andrew shoots very straight. I'm not surprised to see him make one of these. And it's kind of a free roll shot. Like, you're not really grinding on this one like you'd love to make it, but don't let yourself feel any pressure. Like, you're stealing a rack here if you get this one. Nah, you hit it fat. And looked like he kind of played that shot where he like gave up. He had set up to play some inside English and kind of gave up on it when he pulled the trigger, and that's what happens with the cue ball. So that'll cut the gap 2-1. Steve trailing, and Andrew break. Andrew, it's Steve's break. You just scratch on that last one. He scratched, and then you scratch on the next one. Right? I'm pretty sure. Steve at the table breaking, trailing 2-1. Now, if you're Andrew, you got to make sure you don't let any bad thoughts creep in on that miss. Like, that's not that. Like I said, that was just a free roll. If you're Andrew, you're happy to have the chance, but nothing. Don't change nothing. You're playing well. Don't let any doubt creep in. And this is a much better break from Steve. The 1 ball, I thought it was going to hang up. It does fall, but he also has a good look at the 2 ball in the corner here. Going to be a little bit of a touchy shot if he wants to go forward with the cue ball to play the 3 in the lower left-hand corner as we're viewing the table now. So he kind of, if he kind of follows this straight, I don't know. The more I look at it, I don't think there's any kind of a scratch here. He just needs to kind of play this softly with some follow. And he didn't throw. You need some outside on that to throw it a little bit if you're going to kind of cheat the angle like he did. He kind of looked like he wanted to cheat the angle a little bit, and then he hit center ball, and the 2 ball just went straight into the rail. So, unfortunate there for Steve. That was a really good look off his own break. I believe the 5. Yeah, I'm looking at the table. On the monitor, you can't quite tell, but the 5 has plenty of room to go behind the 7 into the pocket there. So, this is a pretty open rack. Although I say that, the 7 and the 5, the 7 or the 5, or both, are about to move on this shot. So, when Andrew pockets his 2, he'll be bumping into the 7. Try to hold for the 3. You don't want to move too far with your cue ball here. Yeah, I'm looking at the table. The monitor, I thought it went but the 5 has plenty of room to go behind the 7 pocket there. So. Andrew not able to get it done on that 3 ball. Steve back to the table. Wrong angle on the 3 here. He's going to have to, I think he should cut this 3 and stun the cue ball. It's kind of 2 rails around the 8 towards the bottom of the 9. I'm not quite sure what he tried to do there. I think he tried to play the shot I called. He just missed it. I can't tell if Andrew can see all of this 3 ball or not, but it should be a very, very easy jump shot if you can't see it. And the way that 3 ball is hanging, he doesn't have to hit a lot of the 3 to pocket it. He can kind of overcut this to the left side of the left point a little bit. So I kind of think he can see this. He is probably going to have a little bit of a hard time. Might need some check side here to hold for the 5 on the. And with this brand new cloth, this is a tough shot to kind of check your cue ball. You can put a lot of left on this cue ball and hit the 3 good, and the cue ball kind of hits the rail where you think. It looks like it's spinning, and it'll just kind of slide out across the table, and the spin never really grabs off the rail. So let's see how he does here. If he doesn't hold it, he's going to have a back cut on the 5, and he can get behind the 6 or jacked up on the 6. Yeah, he was able to see the 3. He was able to check the cue ball. Nice shot from Andrew there. Going forward here, wants to not touch the 7 if he can. He touched it and it still came out smelling like a rose. I actually got to the perfect side of the 6 too to just draw straight down the table or stun to the long rail. Kind of stun draw. Doesn't go to the rail. Got to be careful playing it that way. You can get a little flat really fast. He actually is a little bit flat here. And that if he wants to go forward 2 rails across the line, that is the shot that he played, but not going to get there. Now he's going to have a 50-yard line shot. Just got to pocket the 8. Might need a little bit of check side here to beat the scratch. Not really either way, I think you can beat the scratch. Just don't want to hit it fat. Don't want to stun it. So, but see, to me, if he pays more attention going from the 6 to the 7 there, he ends up with a better angle on the 7. But, you know, he's shooting really good, able to get right back in line. Bumps into the 9. Good luck at the 9 in the side pocket here. This is a pretty simple shot. And he will be on the hill, leading 3-1 over Steve. It will be Andrew's break. Nice little out from Andrew there. Like I said, I'd like to see him pay a little bit more attention going from the 6 to the 7. It almost looked to me like he shot that 6 without really thinking about the position of the 8. And, you know, if you're talented and you're playing on a bar box like he is, sometimes you'll get away with playing 2 balls at a time. But ideally, playing rotation games, 9-ball, 10-ball, you really want to be playing 3 balls at a time. You know, the ball that you're shooting and getting to the next ball on the right side to get to the ball after that. So, of course, what I'm saying is ideally he would have had an angle to kind of go 1 rail up table off the 7 to the 8, to whichever side he was going, rather than have to go forward 2 rails with inside across the line. Tough shot to get the speed right on. But nice job from Andrew to kind of work it out, you know. Did what he had to do to make a couple trick shots and win the rack. So all right, so once again, nice break from Steve. I'm sorry, I think Andrew broke dry, guys. Sorry, I apologize, but good look for Steve anyways. Three goes in the side here. Touchy shot to get back on the 4. And he puts him outside on that. Didn't need the outside. Needed a center ball there or even a tip of inside. So you could see the full 4, but probably going to have to play safe here. I don't think the bank is there. Does play the safety, beats the scratch. It's going to be a pretty effective shot. Andrew is going to have a gap, sees the full ball. Can't quite tell if he can bank the 4 past the 5 for an offensive play. If not, he'll be looking for a safety here. Tried to go behind the 9. That was really tough to get behind there, but he did manage to tie it up, and I don't think there's a carom there off the 8, so pretty effective. And he got the hook on the 5 here too, actually. I didn't see that until I looked over at the table for a second. Nice hit from Steve, but Andrew's going to have a good look at the 4 here. Let's see how he does this. If he drags the cue ball across, he's going to play around with the 7 a little bit. Right into the 7, that's fine, but he's playing a combo here, 5, 6. 6 is hanging, just got to kind of control the 5 here. It looks like it's going to want to come across the table towards the left-hand corner. I tried to play the 5. Wow. Wow. I guess maybe he was playing the combo. He just hit it really sloppy, I guess, and it still went. Yeah, 5 ball's going to end up past the side pocket here. Not going to be a great look for Steve, I don't think. And still has to deal with this 8-9, I would think anyways, so tough spot here. especially trailing 3-1. There's a lot less pressure on Andrew to work that 8-9 out than there is Steve. And so Andrew's going to get the first look at it here. He can draw out here or he can go forward off the head rail. And he tried to draw it back and spin it. Wow, he's going to come out. Wow, that's about as good a roll as he could have possibly got. He's stuck behind the 7. He broke out the 5-9, the 8-9, I should say. And Steve's going to have a 2-rail kick to try to pocket the 5. And, of course, he'll call the 9 on this shot, I would think. We are playing just call the 9. So, 2-rail kick out of this corner. Actually, he needs the... Once he clears and I can see, I'll take a look. I don't know for sure that he has the 2-railer. The 7 may have that angle blocked as well. Yeah, he definitely does have the 2-railer. Okay, the 7, he's not locked on the 7. So he's taking a look at it now. And a good hit, if you make a good hit on the 5 here, it is a big target. The 5 passes the 9 on one angle, and there's another angle where you can make the carom. So if you make a good hit here, there are a couple good things that can happen for you. Let's see if he can figure out this 2-rail kick. Steve giving this a really good look. He knows this is he's probably kicking for his tournament life here. Oh, he hit it good. Oh, no. And the 9 didn't fall. He's going to go ahead and concede the match, guys. That is your match. Let's get a quick word from our sponsors. BZB Home Improvement and Custom Carpentry, Dustin Bunning. There's a number and an email on your screen. Get in touch with him for all your custom carpentry needs in Southern Delaware. Dependable Electrical, Charlie Hudson. There's numbers for Maryland and Delaware, servicing Wycomico and Worcester counties in Maryland and Sussex County in Delaware. Lakeside Physical Therapy, owner Pompey Pamplona. They have multiple locations across Southern Delaware. Get in touch with him for your physical therapy needs. And, of course, Ariel, your highest self. Ariel.com/FamilyManCBD for anything you might need related to CBD oils. Get in touch with Gary Cottingham and all 4 of those gentlemen. Good guys to work with, local guys, local pool players. Big shout out to them. Thank you for sponsoring The Sweat. You have been watching The Sweat. This is Jeremy Mason. Commentary is going to go away, guys. We're going to play some Final Four winner side action. You're going to see Jeremy Mason versus Mike Passwaters coming up right now on the stream table. Don't go anywhere. Lots more good action coming your way tonight from The Sweat. All right, everybody. 5th-6th match here from Delmarva Billiards and Sports Bar. Friday Night Open 9-ball tournament. Tim Sample versus Ross Phillips. You're watching The Sweat. I'm Jeremy Mason. Solid break from Tim. Not a great look at the one. Probably playing a safety here. Trying to get up on the 7 there with the cue ball. Not quite going to get his target. Looks like he's left full view of the 1 ball to Ross here. And it looks to me like there's plenty of room here for him to cut this ball and beat the first scratch. Got to do something to beat the second one as well. But not going to take it on. Tries to play a safety, but that's not going to be very effective. Leaves Tim almost straight in. 1 ball passes the 2 into the corner, and looks like Tim will probably roll forward here. Looks like, yeah. It was cueing low. Yeah. That was interesting. So it looked like Tim was kind of cueing low a little bit on that ball. But maybe a twist of the wrist there. Rolling forward, but cueing low. Interesting little approach there. Solid shot for, nice cut shot there for Ross. He might be locked on this 5 though, I can't tell. Body language says it's not too bad. I don't know, we'll see in a second. Looks like he's shooting right at this ball. He's giving it a real close look now. Yeah, I was going to say, it didn't look good to me. It looks to me like he could probably cut it in the corner still if he wants, but I don't think the side pocket's there. He looks like he's going to try to masse it a little bit. Yeah, he had it. That was a really nice shot. Cue ball's going to leak all the way down table. Stay off the rail a little bit. And he's got a cut shot on the 5. Good news for him is the position for the 6 is going to be basically automatic. Just go rolling forward here. Cue ball to the long rail and back out into space. The 6 goes into the side pocket. Yeah, looked like kind of pumped and hitched a little bit there. Didn't really look like his normal practice stroke. It almost looked like he was getting ready to pull the trigger and then didn't let it go. Maybe a little bit of doubt crept in. We'll see that kind of thing sometimes. So Tim just rolls it in, and he's got a pretty good angle here. A little bit flat on this ball, but should have enough room on the new cloth. So I was going to say, he was a little flat. He really had to put a big stroke on that to get across. So bank shot here for Tim, or a safety. Does back bank it. Cue ball running all over the place. He's going to see the 8. It cuts to the side, but not an easy shot by any means. Cueing off the rail, too. Let's see how he does here. Missed on the pro side, I'd say. Don't want to have that 8 hit the far point and come back at the cue ball, but he hasn't got a full hook here, I think. Oh, I don't think anyways. I think Ross can see the right side of the 8 ball as we're viewing the table here. But tough shot here. I mean, even with that, you kind of, if you thin that ball, cue ball comes, he's kicking at it. And see, he might be able to see that, but just thinning it doesn't really afford him much in way of safety play. So, yeah, that's not going to work out very well either. It's a really tough spot to be in for Ross. So, and Tim kind of played the 2-way shot on the 8 ball there. And probably just coming around the 9 here for the same pocket. Speed's pretty good. Simple shot here. Yeah, nice shot from Tim. Takes a 1-0 lead. Looks like Ross at the table with the break here in the second rack. Only a race to 4 here on the B side. Once again, you're watching the Friday Night Open 9-ball tournament here at Delmarva Billiards and Sports Bar. I am Jeremy Mason, and you're watching The Sweat. This is B-side action. Loser will be out, tied for 5th. The table next to this, brackets behind a hair, they're playing the 7th-8th match between Andrew Worster and Russ Huffman. Winner of that will take on Mike Passwaters for the other 5th-6th match. And after this match concludes, you will more than likely see the hot seat match between Jerry Linton and myself, Jeremy Mason. Those are your 7 remaining players. Nine down on the break, spots up. And Ross is going to be dead hook behind the 2 here. Looks like he's going to have to push out. Kind of a tough push out, too. I mean, when the one's tucked up close to the pocket, the push out's always tough. You don't want to show him a shot. And he doesn't have a great angle, I don't think, to push up to the head, really. He could kind of bank the cue ball up towards the 3, I think, and give Tim the back cut angle. But if he does that, Tim's going to have a relatively easy safety to go with the cue ball down table into traffic. So, tough push out here. But I don't think you can kick at this ball. He'd have a long reach. And he's playing the jump shot? I don't like this. I'm definitely pushing somewhere. Even if I push to a jump, you could push the cue ball into the 9 and and give yourself an easier jump shot. I don't like this decision. Yeah, that had disaster written all over it. So if minor stuff, but if Ross goes back and watches this match, Ross, think about pushing into the 9 ball there and giving yourself an easier jump shot if you're planning on playing the jump anyways. All right, ball in hand for Tim. Looks like the 2 may pass behind the 6. I think it does. On the monitor, it doesn't look great, but if you look at the table, it looks like the 2 will go behind the 6. The 4-6 is sitting pretty. The key shot is going to be the 2 to the... Well, I'll get on the 2 first. I don't know if he's going to like this. He might be banking the 2 and playing safe. Cue ball towards the 1 rail towards the 6. He double kissed. That was the one thing you can't do. Kind of got one down and one stroked it like it was automatic, and have to beat that double kiss. That'll happen a lot. So I don't know that the 9 passes behind the 6, so I don't think there's a 2-9 here. But he's looking at it like it does. Wants to play it. He might have a half pocket here for the 9. He had plenty of room. Nice shot. Ties it up at a game apiece. Costly mistake there from Tim. Looked like a really, really minor lapse in concentration, and just like that, the score is 1-1. And Tim will be at the table breaking. All right. Distracted for a second there, guys. Looks like all 9 balls still on the table. I guess Tim must have broke dry here. Ross at the table. The 1 does pass behind all this traffic to the corner pocket, obviously, and that is the 2 ball near the 3. So let's see how he does here. He's going to have to negotiate some of this traffic. If he went straight up into the 4, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but I don't mind seeing him play safety here. No, he did that. He judged that very nicely. Now he's just going to have to deal with the 5-7 if he gets that far in this run. Got a good angle to go 1 rail out around the 3 ball for the same pocket here. Yeah, a little bit of a error with the cue ball there. Kind of bumped the 3 right off the 2. But it should have a decent chance to play a pretty strong safety here, I think. It's a little awkward because to pin the 3, he's going to go this way and go behind the 5. I like this. This is a better shot. Might have overhit it. Like I said, I thought he had just overhit that. And a little bit unfortunate because if that clips the 7 ball off that second rail, then he's still good. But at least for him, if he sold out a shot on the 3, but he didn't do anything to disturb the 5-7. So that problem will still need to be dealt with for Tim. And does not have any kind of an angle to go into it now. So if you're Tim, you're probably just going to roll. I played the safety now. I was going to say roll forward and thin the 5 at the 7 and play safe. I kind of like that option sometimes because you get to develop your problem ball with the safety. But what he did here is fine. Absolutely nothing wrong with this. Actually missed his mark a little bit, but the 6 ball had his back if he didn't get behind the 5-7. So still a pretty effective shot. Russ kicks long. And at least for Russ, he disturbed the 9. So no combination here for Tim unless he wants to try the 4-9 across side, which is not outside of the realm of possibility. He's actually looking at it now. The reason being, the way the 5-7's tied up, yeah, he is. He's going to play the 4-9 cross side, and these balls should separate. And if the 9 misses long, it'll go up in the traffic. If it misses short, it could even provide cover for the cue ball. Does miss it short, and so Ross will see the entire 4 ball, but once again, this problem up table still needs to be dealt with if anybody's going to run these balls. All right, safety for Ross. Tim a little queuing next to the 8, not really jacked up or anything. I think if it's me, I'm still playing safety here. Just got to be careful what you do. You don't want to do something that opens these balls up. Good job to beat the scratch there from Tim. Well judged. But I think, once again, I think Ross can see this ball. I don't know. Maybe not. It looks a little bit different on the monitor than it does when I look at the table. So we'll see. He is looking like he has a gap here. Now you can bet. I like banking the 4 at the 5 and going down table with the cue ball. He might not have been able to see enough of it. Plays a pretty effective shot here. Ooh, maybe not. Tim is going to have a look at the 9 here. He can almost... It's almost like he's just trying to make the 4 ball on the side here, and the 9's not even there. The 9 may be just a hair high of that. He's playing the carom. I don't like this. I think Oh, it just looked like he was lined up to play the carom. Yeah, and I guess because he was lined up a little fat on it, he did not cut that ball enough. So... Yeah, I'd like to see Tim grind on that shot a little bit more. Like, you got a chance there to end a rack that does not look like it's going to end anytime soon. So that may have been the best opportunity either player was going to have for a little while. And now this is rough for Tim. Jacked up over the 5. Just don't want to do anything to break up the cluster on this shot. Banks the 4 right in. I think he called the 9 on that shot as well. But now you're going to see the rack advance, finally. Think about this if you're Tim. You gotta come up with an effective shot here. You are in the position to control this rack. You missed that a little bit short. Like, I think you want to try to go kind of more of a 2-rail route to the back of the 8 there. He came short off the first rail and more towards the corner. Still pretty effective, but Ross does have a look here and does have a chance to play safety behind the 7 if he wants. Speed, still an issue for both these guys, it seems like. The brand new cloth, the balls are rolling forever when they're just rolling on the bed of the table. The rails are a little cushiony right now. And here you're seeing, like, when you play a safety battle back and forth for several innings, it's that much harder to make a shot once you finally get an offensive look. It's just there's something about it. Oh, this looks good. Wow. Great try for Russ. Now, I don't know if Tim's going to have a carom on the 9 here. He's going to have to kind of roll through the 5 and just brush the 9 if he does. Hard to say. I just kind of played the 5. Not going to get it done. Now, Ross has a long reach to the 5, but I think he can get there. He's a taller guy. Reach out across the table. I'm just going to draw straight up towards the 7. I drew up the other way, and he might go straight in the drink. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's a tough roll for Ross there. That's tough to do. Tough to draw that ball straight into the corner pocket. But real good look here for Tim. This is about the simplest 4-ball out you'll ever find playing pool. So did a good job. Got a nice angle on the 7. Just go one rail straight down for the 8. And the 9 ball is just hanging. Ooh, put outside on that ball. Put outside on it, and now he's going to have to come with one more shot. This still cuts, but he needed to just roll that ball with center and just go straight down the table. Nice job by Tim to get that down. And with the 9 ball hanging, he should be okay. That cue ball looked like it tried to wiggle into the corner and then wiggle back out. Did you win that rack? Okay, he blew it in. That's good. I got you. That's what I thought. You're fine. I was. All right, guys. Yeah, so Ross was messing around with Tim there. That cue ball did stop just in the nick of time. I apologize if I just yelled into the microphone, guys. Still trying to remember that I need to mute these mics, but even when I take them off, like I can really, really rip your eardrums out. Sorry about that. But yeah, Tim did get that cue ball to stop just in the nick of time. Ross came over and blew it in. He was messing with Tim a little bit, but so Tim leads 2-1, and Ross will be at the table breaking. Cue ball flies off the table, and ball in hand for Tim. Might have to play a 1-8, and if he could control the 1, the 2 ball passes, and every ball has a pocket from there. So the key to this rack is going to be controlling the 1 ball off this 8. Not the end of the world if it makes both. Yeah, nicely controlled there for Tim. So I like to overcut this ball with some check side. He's going to draw it out. That's fine. Nice stroke, and he actually gets a little bit of a back cut, I think. It kind of wiggled off at the end there, I think. So pretty straight on this ball. He can draw back short side or just take a little bit of a cut on the 3. Probably can force it out a little bit fortunate there for Tim to contact that 3 and send it over the way he did. But the tables are rolling so beautifully right now, and Tim just overstroked that. Cue ball just flew backwards. So nice shot there for Tim. Rolls into position. And not much angle in this ball. You may see him just kind of stop it and play the 6 up table. But he could draw out if he wants. Nothing wrong with either option. Wow. He tried to just shoot that 5, and I think let the cue ball leak forward just a hair, kind of like a let-go draw stroke, or like a let-go stop shot. And it's kind of the same kind of miss that you saw him have on that 1 ball in the first rack. He just kind of got a little bit steery with his back arm, just because of an unnatural stroke, trying to kind of guide the cue ball a little bit. Ross fortunate to see the 6 ball. That was not well controlled on the cue ball there, but he has a cut shot still. He actually banks the 6 over. Tried to bank it towards the center of the rail, but overhit it and hit it long. And Tim's going to have a nice shot here. I think he's going forward. I think. Yeah. I didn't see. I'm assuming he probably overcut that ball because he was rolling forward and still trying to beat the 9. I think he could have kind of stunned it forward, and the cue ball would have gone out past the 9, even on the make angle. But yeah, Tim's missed a couple shots like that, trying to create an angle with the cue ball. Nice hit there for Ross. Guys, I apologize if I keep getting the name wrong. There's also a Russ in this tournament, and so I feel like I've said both in this match a couple times. This is Ross Phillips, and there's a gentleman named Russ Huffman in this tournament as well. So sorry if I keep screwing that one up. But Ross at the table here with a chance to level things back up. This 6-ball cuts either way. Looks like he wants to back cut it and draw it out, or maybe go forward 3 rails. Wow, he hit that like a dream. Is it going to get there? Man, I hit a shot very similar to that in my last match and fell short as well. Had to bank the 9. Actually, was fortunate to make the bank shot on the 9, but it seems like the cue ball is just coming very soft off the first rail on a shot like that, before the spin gets a chance to grab. Because on that shot, you're kind of stunning the cue ball to the first rail, and then the spin kind of grabs and takes it around the table. But it's just kind of not getting off that first rail the same way it normally does. Something to pay attention to moving forward in this tournament. Another long, difficult shot here for Tim off the rail, but good look at the 9 here. This is a shot I like him to make this. And you see he stayed down and through that. That was a really nice stroke from Tim. Didn't move around at all during that stroke, and that'll get him on the hill, leading 3-1 over Ross. And I believe Ross broke that last rack, and it will be Tim's break. Wow, somehow Tim avoids the scratch there with the cue ball, and he's going to have a look at the 1. The 1 goes in the side here, but for me, cueing off the rail especially, where all I can do is go forward with my cue ball, I like to play this 1 in the corner and let the cue ball go across the table past the 8. He tried to do that, he overcut it, but I think he's going to make the bank. And he could see the 2. Probably going to play a safety here. Cue ball down below the 5-9, I would think. That's exactly what he does, and got the speed good with both balls there, I believe. The cue ball right where he wanted behind the 5-9, and the 2 actually ends up behind the 8, making it even more effective. Russ is looking at a... Nah, he was just going over to get the chalk. I thought he was looking at the 2-rail angle for a second, but I like the 1-rail kick here for sure. This looks long to me. Yep. Missed it on the long side, and ball in hand for Tim with a chance to close the match out. The 2 goes, stop shot on the 2, probably pull it back a little bit. And then I believe there's plenty of room where you roll forward on the 4. He's got the other angle now, so he'll actually go to the same pocket with the 5 as the 4. And this, I think there's more room for the 5 this way, if I'm not mistaken. The only thing I'm not sure of is if that 7 is, it looks like that 7 is sitting right on the rail below the side pocket. Brutal. Don't think it goes in the side, and have fun shooting it up in the corner. I get almost to the point where if I'm Tim, I think about playing a stop shot safety behind the 9 here. This shot up the rail here with the 7 is no fun at all. And maybe that was in the back of his head when he shot that ball. He didn't really make any attempt to spin that and get over, unless he miscued. That's what it would look like if he tried to play with inside, get over for the 7, but he miscued. And, oh, I was going to say he gave Ross the angle to try to go into the 7, but he does not get that. And I don't think this ball banks, and I don't think this ball cuts. I think all you can do here is try to play a bank safety. He tries to thin it, but that's not going to get there. I mean, there's nowhere for that cue ball to go on the angle that he had. So, still a good chance here for Tim to close it out. Looks like he's drawn back for the 8 in the side. Once again, Tim Stroka is just surprising him right now. It's grabbing. The draw is grabbing so well on this table that he's kind of overhitting all of them. But he hit this nice. Is it going to stop? Wow, it's going to get to the 50-yard line. Wow, Tim. I thought Tim hit that so good. He's going to bank this. I still cut this ball. One way or the other, I'm cutting this ball. But Tim banks so well. Banks a lot of shots. I don't like rolling that. Well, I definitely don't like rolling the cue ball into the pocket. Wow, so Tim lets that one get away from him, and Ross is not dead yet. Trailing 3-2 and breaking. Tim will go sit in his chair and think about his life a little bit. Unfortunate there for Tim not to get out. I really thought he hit a great stroke going from the 8 to the 9 there, and the cue ball just rolled forever. Ross really working on this rack, trying to get it the way he likes. And here we go. Ross trailing 3-2 against Tim Sample here in the 5th-6th match at Delmarva Billiards and Sports Bar Friday night open 9-ball tournament. You're watching the sweat. Jerry Linton in the background awaiting the hot seat match, which will be played next on the stream table versus me. Nice break from Ross. Little cluster in the center of the table with a 4-5-8. But I believe the 4 has both side pockets. I believe the 5 has plenty of pockets once the 4 is gone. So the key shot of this rack's going to be getting good from the 2 to the 3, and of course back up for the 4. The next 2 shots here. And if he can get through the next 2 shots here, he's a big favorite to run out for sure. And that's going to make the rack wide open. The 5 passes the 8 to the lower right now. I think it still goes to the lower left, but it won't matter because he'll play the 5 on the side. See, I don't like, he's just kind of holding the cue ball in space a lot. To me, I like going forward there and getting out in the space with the cue ball. And just because of that, cueing off the rail, digging down a little bit, he had a missable shot. Going to be pretty good leave here, but anytime you're letting your opponent back to the table, bad things can happen. Tim could reverse here with a nice kick. And we'll kick this way. I think I like this. I think this is probably his best chance to get good separation. I kicked long. And so reprieve here for Ross. He's going to get away with it, but not a mistake you want to be making on a runnable table. He's looking to see if the 4 still goes between the 5 and the 8 to the side. Maybe. If not, he's playing a little safety. But I think he's just, yeah, I think he's rolling the 4 between the 5 and the 8 to the side. 5 in the same pocket. You see, like, there's another example. Like, I don't understand drawing the cue ball back to the rail and making things tougher on yourself. Nice shot on the 5 there, but see, here you go. Kind of running away from your position, so let's see how he does with this long shot off the rail. He hit it good. Really nice shot there from Ross. So looks like he's going to get through this rack, but just a couple little things I can see. 4-2. Nice shooting, Russ. All right, guys, we've got action hill here between Ross Phillips and Tim Sample. As soon as this match concludes, you will see the hot seat match between Jerry Linton and myself, Jeremy Mason.
They call him OG. Is he still here? He might have left.
All right, Tim with the break. Hill here, guys. Wow, and a bunch of balls down. 3 balls down on the break. Made the 1, made the 2, made the 3. Shooting the 4, and a little bit of a tight position with the 5 here. Want to keep a cut angle so you can go. Oh, he missed the first shot. Wow. Tim has missed probably 4 shots in this match, kind of trying to steer the cue ball a little bit and create an angle. Unfortunate for him, because that was definitely a runnable rack. So Ross at the table now has room to cut this ball. Probably needs some inside here. Well, he's just going to play safety, but he didn't really take care with it to get the 4 past the 8. That was the key to the shot. Gonna get it the second time by? Nope. Ooh, almost got it the third time by. Ball in hand for Tim. And I don't think you need to work real. See, he's going to take a look at this now. That 6-9 is sitting pretty. I don't think I'd work too hard to get from the 5 to the 6. I think I'd go straight across for the combo. But see, these guys keep drawing into position, and see what happens is you're going across the line a lot. Your speed has to be so good. He is going to play the 6, and now he's going to have to kind of use the 9 as a rail, pocket the 6, and draw off the 9 back up for the 7. The 6 to the 7 was not an easy shot, especially with the position of the 8 ball there, because you'd like to be lower, cutting the 6 the other way. Tim played a little bit of a, I guess Tim played that, like trying to carry him the 9 and play safe. Pretty effective here. Full hook. Tough kick here for Ross. He's just going to play the intentional foul. Wow, that was a scary way to play an intentional foul. It's a lot of ways that 9 hangs right in front of the pocket, but I think it was pretty effective. But not super effective. I think Tim might be able to play ball in hand here and play the 6 off the 9 into the side, and that should open everything up. But I don't think he sees it. He does not see that shot. Unless that 9's way higher than I'm thinking it is. Nah, he's going to play that shot now. That's the thing. Probably got to let your cue ball roll forward a little bit here. Nah, he's definitely looked at that shot now and still doesn't seem like he likes it very much, so. There may also be a 7-9 carom. If that's the case, he's just going to roll forward on this 6 and then play that. Not from there. That needs to get back down. I don't think that's any good from there. This doesn't look good to me. I think he almost needs to have the 7 move the 9 a little bit from this angle and then timing shot it in with the cue ball. And he scratches, and that is worst case scenario for Tim. Ball in hand for Ross. Play the 7 in the lower left, or I guess upper left as we're viewing the table, but that is the foot rail down there. You just roll forward a little bit. Don't even really need to. The angle you got is good. I like how he played it. Stun over and keep the ankle. That's how you play that shot, guys. If you're out there watching, you intermediate players, don't roll in and get straight on the 8 and have the wrong angle. He played that perfectly, and this straight in 9 ball will give him a Hill victory over Tim Sample. Ross moves on. Tim out in 5th. Guys, stay with us. Let's get a quick word from our sponsors. Ariel, your highest self. Ariel.com/FamilyManCBD for all your CBD oil needs. BZB Home Improvement and Custom Carpentry. There's a number on your screen. There's a email on your screen. You can contact Dustin Bunting at those 2 options. Dependable Electrical. There's numbers on your screen. Servicing Wycomico and Worcester counties in Maryland and Sussex County and Delaware. Charles Hudson can hook you up with all your electrical needs. And, of course, Lakeside Physical Therapy. owner of Pompey Pamplona. They have several locations across southern Delaware. Thanks to our sponsors. Guys, stay with us. Commentary is going to go away once again, but you're going to watch the hot seat match between myself, Jeremy Mason, and Jerry Linton. Don't go anywhere. You're watching The Sweat.